This is most convenient. Another destination we were bound for is not far from here.
We shall have to decide which is the most pressing. We cannot do everything at once. Just yonder looks to be a good spot for harvesting ingredients. No harm in picking a few. Pray, follow me. I dare not enter the palace, but I would fain escort you to the castle entrance.
We shall await you here, Master.
And who are you supposed to be?
All's well, I trust. So, you've come. Captain Brandt bade me allow you passage.
I'd hasten home, were this not my duty. Would that I...
As soon as my shift's done, I'm off to the tavern.
Have you come to release me from this jail? Who are you? Aha! Then we are presented with three options. Or Jesus Arisen is false, or you are lying to me. Have you proof that you are arisen, as you say? Ah, they say the Arisen's breast bears a wound akin to the dragon's claw. By that mark, 'twould seem 'tis true. This reminds me of a happening 148 years ago. During the reign of Regent Alphonse, a man named Crusoe appeared and claimed to be arisen. He went before the people, insisting that he, and not Regent Alphonse, was the true arisen. the one fit to lead them as their ruler. And what befell him, you ask? Ha! Crusoe was discovered to be a liar, whereupon his head was liberated from his shoulders on the spot. Aye, I dare say your arrival portends another beheading, but whose will it be, Escape? But why? Here, I spend my days perusing the code and deciphering old texts. I can devote all my time to my own interests. And I need not turn my ear to Deesa's absurd demands. 'Tis a paradise to me, this cell. That said, if you know of a place with a mountain of tomes I could delve into, I might rethink the matter. Tell me, does that ring any bells? I suspected as much. Then we are done here. Leave me be. Oh! On the hunt for the grimoire entitled Towering Earth, are you? One moment. Here it is. Towering Earth, the Forsaken Text. Aye, you may take it. I can cast no magics myself, after all. Left in my care, 'tis as a pearl before swine. Not to mention, I've already read it. Well, have you found some place I might sate my scholarly curiosities? I suspected as much. Then we are done here. Leave me be.
I'd rather not draw steel if I can avoid it.
I'm dead on my feet after today's training.
Out this place.
Mustn't let the captain see my face.
Oh, one moment. You may take. Not to mention. Well, I suspected as much.
Can't expect to fare so well every day.
No one let you fancy a kid.
But not at the
I'm sure I can handle this.
So this is where you were, Master. I searched high and low for you. Do take care not to stray so far next time. A fine place to harvest some ingredients. Shall we see if there's aught to be found while we're here? I am attentive and loyal, and prefer to remain by your side.
Do stop and have a look. I've wares of every ilk.
This ladder looks sturdy enough to climb. We ought to put it to good use.
That looks promising. Any ideas as to how we might reach it?
Gather round. Treat your ears to a tailpipe.
This place is awful dull. Don't blame me.
I've just recalled a little tidbit I heard from the locals.
Regarding the Vermundian military, yes? Indeed. Tell is, there's been a shift in the chain of command.
My body's not forgiven me for last night's scuffle.
Arms for the poor. Pray grant those less fortunate some salvation.
Ah, Sir Arisen. I've been meaning to speak with you. Did you, perchance, pay a visit to the House of the Blue Sunbright? I see. After the rather strongly worded letter I received, I feared as much. 'Twas under unique circumstances, shall we say, that Daphne came to reside with us. You must understand, the House of the Blue Sunbright is our most generous benefactor, and their favor hinges upon our continued discretion. Thus, for the sake of all who reside herein, I beg you to steer Daphne away from any further contact with that household. Though it pains me to perpetuate the girl's misfortune, it must be done, if the gracious hand is to continue to function. Well met, Sir Arisen. Might I trouble you for alms for the poor? Few can afford perpetual generosity. Sir Arisen, pray see to it that naught akin to the... Well met, Sir Arisen. Might I... Few can afford perpetual
You came to see me? You're always...
Arms, arms for the poor. Pray grant those less fortunate some salvation.
You came to see me?
Do you perchance remember me? You once knew me as maid to the young master, Sebastian. Well, I'm his maid no longer. Though I meant no harm, the mistress saw fit to turn me out. Tell no other soul of this, but the girl I had you fetch was none other than Sebastian's own twin sister. Afeard of inviting conflict over their inheritance, Daphne's family branded her a cursed babe and sent her away. Yet the loss of her newborn child drove the mistress half mad with grief. She's been bedridden ever since. I had hoped the sight of her long-lost daughter might rekindle some vital spark within my mistress. But alas, 'twould seem it was not to be. In the end, my good intentions served only to rob me of my station. I suppose 'twas no less than my due for meddling in the affairs of the nobility. In the end, my good intentions served only to rob me of my station. I suppose 'twas no less than my due for meddling.
This is generally used as a material. I'm sure we'll find a purpose for it in due time.
I fear I've much to attend to.
Good morrow to you, Arisen. If I learn of a matter that requires your attention, I shall inform you directly.
Sir Arisen, I trust that you pray see to it that naught akin to... Well met, Sir Arisen. Might I trouble you for many thanks. May fortune smile upon you, kind sir. Sir Arisen, pray see to it that naught akin to... Well met, Sir Arisen. Might I trouble you for few can afford perpetual generosity.
This place offers a view of the sea. I imagine we would not escape a plunge into the water's depths.
Whatever it is, I'll have to hear it another time.
Well met. This here's the sanctuary. I assume you'll be starting off with a mug of the good stuff. Keep those orders coming. This fearsome...
It's just another day, same as the one before.
to get home. I can't stay
Anything's
here.
better than this.
Memories have forsaken us.
Maybe I'll keep
All
right
is
here.
lost. Sir Arisen, pray see to it that naught... Well met, Sir Arisen. Might I trouble you for alms for the poor? Many thanks. May fortune smile upon you, kind... Ah, hold on a moment, Sir Arisen. Perchance you would be willing to aid me with another matter. You see, one of the children we care for here at the Gracious Hand has gone missing. Malcolm, his name is. He's a steady lad. I can't imagine he would have run away. This building's very old. It could be that he's found himself in some strange corner of it. Might I impose on you to search for him? Where could Malcolm have gotten off to? Perhaps you could try asking the other children. I haven't been able to get much out of them myself. Sir Arisen, pray see to it that naught...
We may benefit from pursuing the information. I can guide you to the place, Arisen, or thereabout.
Oh, Gregor. What am I to do without you? Oh, Gregor.
A moment's prayer can do a world of good. A moment's prayer can do a world of good.
I fear I've much to attend to.
Is there aught I can assist you with?
Oh, Gregor. What am I to do without you?
In the end, my good intentions served only to rob me of my... I suppose 'twas no less than...
I ought to be getting home.
Got to face it. No one's coming to my rescue.
Where could Perhaps you could try...
I shall do as you say.
Was I lacking in devotion?
Malcolm. All he's doing of late is picking through rubble. Don't know why he bothered. Maybe he was hoping to find something shiny among the rubble. Wonder if he found anything good. Maybe he was hoping to find something...
I spend my days in quiet reflection.
Is Malcolm all right? We were supposed to go exploring together, but I overslept and he went without me. Wish he'd woken me up. I was really looking forward to going down into those vaults.
We'd best report back.
Please, Don't tell nobody what I said about exploring those vaults.
Vaults, eh? Let us inform Sir Kendrick of what we've learned. Allow me to guide you.
Might I beg but a moment of your time? I spend my days in quiet reflection.
We're here, Master.
Oh, Gregor.
Vaults, you say? By my knowledge, they were sealed off. Ah, but you mention rubble, aye? Then perhaps the lad found a way through. Come, I fear there's not a moment to lose. Pray, follow me, and quickly.
Another way to save your own skin.
I believe this is the place to which the children were referring. Look, there, a hole. Could he have passed through here? There is naught to be done but have a look for ourselves. The passage ahead looks small, but we may be able to squeeze through. Let us make haste. I was told of the vaults, but ne'er did I dream that the gracious hand sat atop catacombs such as these. There may be monsters about. We'd best be on our guard. Oh, Malcolm, I pray you are unharmed. Sir Arisen, I trust that you will do what is right by Daphne, and indeed by this establishment. Pray see to it that naught akin to the recent debacle be allowed to occur again.
It's a bit much for me. Let's head home.
Must be better for can't we make our own?
I can scarcely see a thing in the smoke.
Malcolm, thank goodness you are unharmed. You have my eternal gratitude, Sir Arisen. Now I can breathe freely at last.
Sir Kendrick? You'll never believe what I've found. It's just up ahead. Books, sir. Books, books, and more books. It's like some sort of secret workshop.
Truly? Perhaps we ought to take a look.
We ought not lose sight of our guide.
You have my support. How are we to get through this door?
Having more of these to hand ought serve us well in battle.
Let us take care when and how we put them to use.
Battle is best avoided here.
Water is nigh invisible in this gloom. No few times has an overconfident step soaked my boots. Ah, yes. That sounds familiar.
Heavens above!
Isn't it amazing? And I found it. Me.
'Tis quite a find indeed. Is this some manner of archive? Why, I've ne'er seen so many books. This collection must be worth a fortune. 'Tis a veritable treasure trove of wisdom. Might I ask that you not share the existence of this place with others, Sir? We cannot allow the knowledge accumulated here to be misused or mistreated. We ought to entrust its care to someone worthy, someone who can appreciate its true value. Pray tell me if you know of such an individual. As for you, Malcolm, I forbid you from telling anyone else about this place. 'Twill be our little secret. Understood?
Oh, but...
However, in exchange for your silence, you may come and go as you please. Let's investigate this place's secrets together, eh?
It near boggles the mind that so impressive an archive slumbered here. 'Tis surely any scholar's dream. Right you are.
The books ne'er seem to end. Who could have brought them here, I wonder? Sir Arisen, I trust that you will pray see to it that naught...
Over here, if you...
This place is amazing. I knew I'd find something down here, but I never expected this. This place is amazing.
This might be worth a read.
How do you do?
Let's have a look then.
Be on your guard. There are innumerable corners where an enemy might conceal themselves here.
Keep your eyes peeled.
This place is amazing. On your...
A common reward. Frustratingly so.
We cannot expect gleaming treasures round every corner.
Sir Arisen, pray see to it that naught akin...
Danger might lurk anywhere. Wear every shadow. And mind the ceiling. Remain alert, and naught shall catch us by surprise.
In the end, my good I suppose 'twas no less...
I've not got food atwixt my teeth, had I?
What should I do? One day, I'm going to have proper rain.
Oi there! The ale... So ne'er mind your coin purse. What would you of me? I'll have no trouble, thank you.
Just be sure you mind. Oh!
Oi there! The ale flows aplenty here, courtesy of yours truly. So ne'er mind your coin purse. Drink your fill, my...
Ah, I'll take that. We might find a use for it. As I recall, we have another matter to attend to in this domain. It is worth considering, if we've the time.
And I shan't resist. Finish it tomorrow.
I'll feel a side down.
Mercy!
Wonder if there's any easy work to be had.
Shall we make for Vernworth Palace?
What's this I smell?
Lots to be taken care of before the day is done.
The rules at your neck.
And I shall remain by your side. We shall remain here.
Tis best you move along. Pray, be cautious, Your Majesty.
here seems... I'm not sure. My legs are stiff as boards after training.
Who's there? Pray, keep your voice low. 'Twouldn't be good for either of us if someone was summoned to come check on me. Could it be that you have come to bring Mother's schemes to light? Aye, Disa is my mother. Pray forgive me for not telling you sooner. 'Twas never my intent to deceive you. I'd simply feared that if I spoke the truth, none would wish to involve themselves with me. But that is no longer a concern. 'Tis clear that we are allied in purpose. My word, you mean to say that you are the true Arisen? That the Sovereign currently residing in the palace is a pretender? Could Mother have had a hand in that as well?
Regent Kin Sven appears to be missing from his chambers. Have you seen him?
Me? No, sir.
Then start searching, you fool. Should aught befall the Regent Kin, 'tis us who'll answer to her grace.
Forgive me. My absence seems to have made this rather more difficult for us. You ought leave the palace at once. This room turned up little of interest, but I've a mind to look into this further. I shall send word to Captain Brandt if I discover aught you should know. I'll head out first and speak with the Sentinels. Use that opportunity to make good your escape.
Sven, where have you been? Forgive me. I couldn't sleep. I thought Prithee, inform us when you enter the chambers. If aught were to happen to you.
What business have you here?
I've got the focus. My shift's only just begun.
That's your kit. But not at the expense of my duty. When? That's my watch chair. I've clean forgotten.
Soon as my shift's
Well, Have you found some place I might sate my scholarly curiosities? Oh, to think such a place existed. How very curious. Guide me outside, then. If you can deliver me from this pit, I ought to be able to find the rest of the way on my own. Guide me outside, then. If you can deliver me from this pit, I ought... Come along.
Must hold out till someone comes to relieve me.
First, assess the field, then...
This should be far enough. My thanks. If you truly are arisen, then I swear to someday repay this debt I owe. Words may be wind, but there's naught else I can offer you at present. Pray visit me if you've the time or inclination. Mayhap the knowledge I've gained reading tomes of Eld could be of some use to you.
There's ought to be
Money
said.
can buy comfort,
Peace
sure,
and
but not
happiness.
happiness. Quite sure.
I have been waiting for you, Arisen.
Time to hit the sack.
Have we purchased all that we require? We ought to review the contents of our packs, just to be sure.
I would have preferred not to have to fight so soon, but at least I know I am up to the challenge. We must not let down.
I know precisely when a curative is needed, Master. You'll never fall in battle so long as I'm around.
That was well fought. There's no one standing who might say otherwise. We mustn't allow ourselves to become complacent. Take each trial as it comes. Just yonder looks to be a good spot for harvesting ingredients. No harm in digging a few. Nicely done.
I merely did what you demand.
Splendid.
What are you doing?
You ought not to be so careless.
Battle is best avoided here.
I will protect you.
Mayhap you will think this a trifle, but one master I served was quite the carefree soul, shunning armor in all its forms.
Fascinating.
We have found a material.
I'm sure we'll find a purpose for it in due time.
In relation to that, ours is a party of women, by and large.
And yet, no two of us are the same. I've just recalled. I found a treasure chest near here during my travels beyond the rift. May I show you to its location? Here we go again. To arms. By your leave. A troubling rumor has reached my ears, and methinks I ought to share it. 'Tis said there is an illness spawns can contract beyond the rift that inflicts unspeakable harm on those around them. As it progresses, the pawn gradually loses all self-control, and in time will even cease to heed the Arisen's commands. How terrible. We shall have to be alert for signs of the sickness among our number.
Oh, you've come to a dangerous place. Scaly beasts make this their den. We've been dispatched to cull them. A small force ventured inside, though I've seen neither hide nor hair of them since. Seems the battle is hard won. I'll not stop you if you wish to explore, but don't look for my aid if aught goes awry. If you're intent on entering a monster...
Feels as though I've forgotten what to do.
I'll gather this. It might be of use.
They have no power save to push my boat back ashore. Of course. I was telling you aught I know of the sea's peril, of the brine. And you'd know that if you hadn't fallen asleep the moment I'd begun. Now, 'tis common knowledge that the brine halt any ships seeking to venture into open waters. As if to say, there's naught out there, so don't bother looking. But does that not strike you as rather miserly? Even if we are to believe that there's naught across the sea, why must we be kept to our shores? I should like to confirm for myself if there's truly naught to be found, and why shouldn't I? An old man with naught, sailing out into a sea of naught, and dying for naught. When I said as much to the brine, they only stared at me in amazement. A lie, it may all seem, but 'tis the honest truth. I've beheld it all with my own eyes.
If you're intent on entering a monster-infested cavern, then do so at your own peril. I did warn you.
Very well. I shall return. Our foes are like to use the dark against us.
Fine. There's a haze over my eyes. Can anyone hear me? We need help. I don't want to fall here. Damn blizzard. Is this time to draw my last? Sonnet!
Strike fast and true, and our quarry shall fall. Welcome!
I am in your debt, sir. Thanks to your valor, I shall live to fight another day. I am in your debt, sir.
Might we remove this hindrance somehow?
If a ranged attack is needed, You can count upon my aim. I would gladly be of aid, Arisen. Forgive me, but I cannot guide you from here. Let us press on with our next objective. On to the nearest location. We were to make for Harv Village, as I recall. 'Tis not far from here.
Variety would be nice, if we must fight.
You're not one of ours. Have you come to save us? Forgive me. I cannot seem to walk of my own accord just now. Would you aid me in reaching the entrance?
Our task is complete. Splendid.
A well-organized pack is my specialty. As the Arisen commands, so must we abide. Show some haste. The walls are too close for comfort here. Should we encounter trouble, we would be at a disadvantage. Let us proceed with caution. Eyes peeled, ears pricked. One might confidently call that a resounding victory.
We mustn't allow ourselves to become complacent. Take each trial as it comes. I'll go and open the chest.
What's up there? I can't make much out from here, but I've a feeling 'twill be worth the climb.
Allow me, Master. 'Tis within my reach. Might I be of assistance?
You went in there to save my fellow soldiers. Well now, I underestimated you, friend. I shall send word of your deeds to the captain. You've done well this day. I thank you. We'll see to the rest of this mess. You need not trouble yourself further.
A fine place to harvest some ingredients.
Shall we see if there's aught to be found while we're here?
Hold, sir. I'd rethink pressing onward if I were you. The village is crawling with saurians. Forgive me. I didn't mean to startle you. I used to call this place home, you see, in times more peaceful. You're the Arisen, are you? Well, that's something. We were hoping to reclaim our village, but it doesn't seem we'll have much luck. We fled when the dragon attacked some days past, thinking we'd return once the baleful thing was gone. Easier said than done, clearly. In our absence, a bask of saurians have made our homes their own. What are we to do? The guards not like to send soldiers all the way out here. But mayhap they needn't at all. You are the Arisen, aye? Could we trouble you to aid us in our hour of need? Please, sir, do something, anything about the saurians infesting our village.
Saurians abound, Master. Be on your guard. There, Master! Saurians! Ice is our ally against such things. One of us is being drenched! a result.
Is the deed done, good Arisen? Oh, thank you. Thank you. We shall all be able to return to our homes at last. I can hardly wait to bring these tidings to the other villagers. I dare say we'll have this place livable again ere long. I cannot thank you enough. Long will you be known as a friend to our village. If you happen to pass by, do come visit us, won't you? I should like for you to see this place as 'twas afore the dragon's attack. For your sake, as well as ours, we'll do our utmost to see the village restored.
With this, the peril has passed.
At last, we shall all be able to return to our homes. I should like for you to see this place as 'twas a...
That old man by the shore. What drives him so unbendingly out into open waters? Curious, isn't it? Perhaps we will understand more in time.
Buy a little something, won't you? This world's no place for the faint of heart. What? Hope to see you again. Buy a little something, won't you? Hope to see you again.
Not buying? That's just as well. Better to be selective than wasteful. The Arisen is ever prudent in the application of coin.
At last. I should like for you to see this...
Shall we report this development to Captain Brant? Certainly, Master. I can take you to this individual.
Well met. Looking to make a purchase? I dream of owning a little shop on my own. Hope to see you again.
I can't imagine we're in need of a campsite just now.
'Tis enough to make camp only when the need arises.
This is generally used as a material.
I'm sure we'll find a purpose for it in due time.
behemoth will soon topple. Strike fast and true, and our glory shall fall.
Trial indeed, but one we surpassed with skill. Fortune favors us, 'twould seem.
I shall come at once, Arisen. 'Tis rather high. It might be beyond our reach. Their master, Saurians! Flame will accomplish little against this foe. Flawless execution. Once more! How kind of you. Here you are. Something for your trouble.
Ah, I'll take that. We might find a use for it.
I'd wager there's aught to be found here.
We ought to take a closer look.
I suppose there can be no harm in bringing us along.
A fine place to harvest some ingredients.
No harm in picking a few.
Whatever 'tis you need, I shall gladly oblige. You are in need of healing. Allow me. Wait a moment.
As I recall, we have another matter to attend to in this domain.
Perhaps we ought to go there first. What say you, Arisen? There's a ladder here. Ah, excellent find. Certainly, Arisen. How might I be of aid? The one we seek isn't here.
Whatever could you want from me?
Welcome to the Star Drop-In. We serve all manner of fine ales here. Shall I pour you a... Sit back, relax, and enjoy the finest brews...
What a bizarre village that was. The villagers stared at me with the
Welcome.
On me to bear what you wish. The rules at your leisure.
Hasn't anyone got coins?
Nothing wrong with being craven. The craven survive.
I'm the crown jewel of our place.
Say, have I seen you around?
Greetings, Your Majesty. Have you a moment to speak?
To each their own, as they say.
The rules at your leisure.
There is much we ought to tend to, if we are to strengthen Your Majesty's claim as a true Arisen. While examining the palace ledger for evidence of the Queen Regent's misdeeds, I made for some time now, it seems, she has been diverting a veritable mountain of gold to the daily purchase of sweet crown flower. What's more, this inexpedient spending habit is recorded to have begun the very day on which Arthur, the would-be Arisen, appeared on the scene. This cannot be mere happenstance. I can only conclude that these sums are passing into the hands of Arthur himself. Yet 'tis strange, for sweet crown flowers only grow on the eastern edge of Vermont. I dare say 'twas not an item chosen idly. Mayhap this knowledge will guide us in our pursuit of the false sovereign. 'Tis a frail hope to be certain. Yet all the same, I would ask that Your Majesty venture to Vermont's eastern edge and probe into this young man's origins. I am glad to hear it, for I cannot shake the feeling that uncovering the identity of the false sovereign is the key to unraveling Deeza's scheme and securing your enthronement.
That man just now seems rather on edge.
There is much we ought to tend to, if we are to strengthen Your Majesty's claim as a true Arisen. I have been pursuing all of... Would Your Majesty be willing... Is there aught else you would speak of, Your Majesty? It seems Magistrate Wardor has been safely delivered from his cell. The man's dedication to justice shall doubtless be a great boon to our cause. Mayhap it would be prudent to visit the man on occasion and avail yourself of his vast stores of wisdom. He might have knowledge that could benefit you on your travels. Now, would you be so kind as to return the key I lent you? You do not possess it. If you've deposited it somewhere, else if you've lost it, mayhap it's been put up for sale at the scrap store. 'Tis a curious shop, where all manner of useless trinkets may be found. The townspeople sell all they find there. Is there aught else you would speak of, Your Majesty? It seems Magistrate Wardor mayhap it would be prudent. Now, would you be so kind as to return the key I lent you? You do not possess it. If you've deposited it, else if you've lost it, 'tis a curious shop. Is there aught else you would speak of, Your Majesty? How fared your mission? Was there aught suspicious to be found in the Queen Regent's office? Is there aught else you would speak of, Your Majesty? You've done a fine job culling those monsters, Your Majesty. 'Tis common knowledge among the people that 'twas you who delivered them from danger. The number of those who seek out this tavern in the hope of an audience with the Arisen grows by the day. Should you continue to display such valor, the day will soon come when Deeza can no longer deny your presence. And ere it slips my mind, pray, take this. 'Tis a symbol of my own gratitude.
Well done, Master. By your efforts, our task is complete.
There is much we ought to tend to, if we are to strengthen your Majesty's claim as a true Arisen. For some time now, 'twas said that the false sovereign was recovering from his battle wounds, but as I hear it, he is now well enough to walk unaided. And so, in honor of his supposed valor, they have been holding masquerade in the palace of late. The false sovereign's identity is still beyond our ken. Even the matter of from where he hails remains a mystery. But mayhap approaching the false sovereign at one of these gatherings could afford you a glimpse into the man behind the mask. What say you, Your Majesty? Might I ask this task of you? My thanks. Some of the sentries posted at the masquerades are under my command. I shall have them ease security. So pray, slip into the venue through whatever opening presents itself. Once your infiltration is successful, you will need only don a mask and act the part of an invitee. Few will think to be wary if they believe you a fellow masquerader. Here, this should suffice to help you blend in. Take care, Your Majesty. There is one other thing. Masquerades being as they are, you will require suitable raiment. Much is made of appearances at such gatherings, and 'twould be wisest to dress the part when joining the other revelers. There is much we ought to tend to, if we are to strengthen Your Majesty's claim as a true Arisen. Do not forget that we work.
It seems you must attend a palace masquerade if you're to meet the one who would falsely claim a title. It would seem we even need to visit the palace. Pawns aren't permitted entry to the palace, but I would see you to the entrance if I may. A guide is most welcome. Now we shan't lose our way.
What? You! Huh. You! My, I'm trapped like a rat in a cage. This Arisen's both shrewd and fleet of foot. What? Can't you think of a reason? I'd thought you were keener wit than that. Let's just say there are some who don't want you wandering about as you please. I was to report on your comings and goings, you see. But I suppose that job's over. Now you found me out? So, how about it, friend? Will you let me go? I've no reason to trouble you any further. Aye, aye. You'll have your coin. That's how this works, isn't it? Greed will get you nowhere, friend. But worry not. You won't need it where you're headed.
there! Halt!
Shit! We're in for it now.
With all likelihood, he is an agent dispatched from Batal. Pray, let us handle the rest. We will hear all he has to say before the week is out. I bid you, wait till then. Above all, we will have need of allies to our cause. Though I dare say, they shall not easily be found.
It'll do you no good letting me rot in here, you know. Another agent will be on you afore long. It'll do you no good letting me rot in here, you know. Another agent will be on you afore long. It'll do you no good letting me rot in here, you know. Another agent will be on you.
No idle chatter during missions, sir.
Leave this area to me.
We shall see how bold you are.
That we still have no inkling of the false sovereign's origins is most vexing.
Sometimes I wonder if I'd be better off a hermit.
Wonder if this'll be my lot till I'm old and grey.
What's amiss? My fur stands on end.
Shall we get some rest then?
Open your eyes, everyone. 'Tis dark out, but our day begins.
Shall we check our packs and be off? Feeling rested, I trust?
And I shall remain by your side.
Quite the predicament.
What's this? Come to admire my sculptures, have you? Ho ho! To think my eminence as a collector would reach in the ears of the arisen. If only my collection were complete, I'd fain allow you to inspect it. Alas, the sculpture that I commissioned to be its centerpiece is yet to arrive. And 'twould wound my pride to have you behold my collection ere 'tis made whole. If your curiosity shall not be denied, however, mayhap you'd consider paying a visit to the sculptor in my stead. The man's home is located in Bakbatal. You need only tell him that I eagerly await the sculpture's completion.
We may benefit from pursuing the information.
The sculptor's home is located in Bakbatal. Run along and speak to him for me, won't you?
How are we to fight with such worn-out gear?
We shall await you here, Master.
How intriguing. A fine place to sit and gather one's thoughts.
Mind your manners while you are here, else begone.
Will this take long? I'm terribly busy.
I'm frightfully busy. No time for idle chatter.
Should I know you from somewhere?
Oh, I can't complain, really.
An ill-mannered thing, aren't you?
Looks like we both got some time on our hands.
Me? As well as can be expected, I suppose.
If you're looking for idle chatter, look elsewhere.
Mayhap you've been misinformed, sir. But there isn't to be a masquerade this day.
His armor's seen better days.
Beauty fades, but truth's out when married.
Perchance you've heard. The coronation is soon to be held.
Even the best of us has it.
I should very much like to rejoin you, Master.
The sculptor's home is located in Batal.
Very well. I shall return.
This ladder looks sturdy enough to climb. We ought to put it to good use.
There is much we ought to tend to, if we are to strengthen your Majesty's... Ah, yes. Regarding your pursuer from some days past, as we suspected. He was indeed an agent from Batal. When he learnt of your Majesty's escape, he began inquiring after your movements. 'Tis a glad thing we captured him before matters escalated. As to how he learned your Majesty's location with such ease, I intend to extract the answers from him anon. I shall be sure to inform you when I do. Pray, take this. 'Tis the least I can offer for your Majesty's assistance.
So the agent was of Batal, after all. 'Tis rather eerie that someone should be sent across the border to spy on you.
There is much we ought to tend to, if we are to strengthen your Majesty's claim as a true Arisen. Ah, masquerades being as they are, much is made of appearances at such gatherings. And is there aught else you would speak of, your Majesty? It seems Magistrate Wardor has been safely delivered from his cell. Mayhap 'twould be prudent. Now, would you be so kind as to return the key I lent you? I thank you. Pray, take this. Consider it remuneration for your Majesty's efforts.
We have what we need to deliver, do we not? Let us find the...
There is much we ought to tend to, if we are to strengthen your Majesty's claim. How fared your mission? Was there aught suspicious to be found in the Queen Regent's office? This scrap. 'Twas part of a letter, and from Batal no less. This alone can prove little, but 'tis clear that Deeza's schemes run deep. To think, Deeza's actions have weighed even on the mind of her own son. 'Tis a surprise, but a welcome one. Deeza is the doting mother before the Regent King. If Regent King Sven is willing to aid us by drawing Deeza's focus, we may be able to gain more useful information. You have done well, your Majesty. Though I am limited in the aid I'm able to offer, I bid you.
What could the Queen Regent be plotting? I'm not sure.
There is much we ought to tend to, if we are to strengthen your Majesty's claim. Do not forget that we work to serve as...
Oh, what does this say?
Shall we take a closer look?
Well met, sir. Fancy a gander? Fine wares.
That looks promising. Any ideas as to how we might reach it? It seems you must attend a palace masquerade if you were to meet the one who would falsely claim a title. It would seem we either need to visit the palace, I dare not enter the palace, but I would fain escort you to the castle entrance. A guide is most welcome. Now we shan't lose our way. A good sleep will ensure we are prepared for the morrow.
Right, door's locked. That should do it.
I'd spend my life here if I could.
I'd sooner stay out of battle, where it possible.
My body's not forgiven me for last night's scuffle. On all sides.
I've just about had my fill. It gladdens the heart to see so many smiles about.
Well met,
Let's see. Where to next?
There is much we ought to tend to, if we are to strengthen your Majesty's claim as a true Arisen. I bear word from Regent Ken Sven, your Majesty. He espied the delivery of a suspicious package to a man named Allard, a minister who happens to be one of the Queen Regent's staunchest and most powerful allies in the palace. From the pains he took to remain on scene, 'tis plain that Allard wished this delivery kept away from prying eyes. That alone is reason to suspect a connection to Deeza's schemes. We must get to the bottom of it. The Regent Kin intends to call Allard to his chambers come nightfall. He bids you to use this opportunity to search the minister's chambers and see if there's aught to be learned. What say you, your Majesty? I shall ensure that the door to the minister's chambers is open between midnight and dawn. Pray, use that time to infiltrate and uncover aught worthy of suspicion.
We have been
There is much we ought to tend to. If we are to do not forget that we work to serve. There is much we ought to tend to. 'Tis no simple matter to infiltrate. Should you fall into the hands of a... However, a sentry loyal to me will be on... I am afraid she will be unable to aid you directly. But she will know to look the other way if she spots you. Is there aught else you would speak of, your Majesty? 'Tis no simple matter to infiltrate the castle at night. Pray, be cautious, your Majesty. Should you fall into the hands of the guards, there'll be naught I can do to keep you out of jail. However, a sentry loyal to me will be on duty at the time of your infiltration. I am afraid she will be unable to aid you directly, but she will know to look the other way if she spots you. Is there aught else you would speak of, your Majesty? Do not forget that we work to serve the citizenry.
Then I shall remain by your side.
Need anything? Lots to do, and precious little time.
You are the Arisen, yes? The captain gave me your description. Follow me! Tis best you move along. Should one of the other guards espy you, I will be forced to play my part. Pray, be cautious, Your Majesty. Tis best you pray, be cautious.
I wish the Minister would be more careful. He takes the sentinel posted outside his chambers with him everywhere. There are times when no one's standing watch there at all.
Just about anyone.
Come to think of it, was there not another task we were to see to somewhere nearby? We shall have to decide which is the most pressing. We cannot do everything at once.
There is much we ought to tend to. If we are, I bear word from a minister who had from the pains he took, that alone is reason to the regent kin. He bids you to use this opportunity to search. I shall ensure that the door to the
We have been entrusted.
There is much we ought to tend. 'Tis no simple matter, should you fall into the hands of. However, I am afraid she will be. Is there aught else you would speak of? Do not forget that we.
Have you a different destination in mind, Master? Very well. I shall follow your lead instead. The Arisen decides our path. We have but to follow.
Anywhere better than the middle of the crowd.
A crime committed here will see one confined to jail. We shall remain.
My apologies, sir, but as you are not a member of this establishment, I cannot permit you through.
You follow me.
Seems my feet always
I must ask you to
You're far from your station, are you not?
I was bored out my skull, Godwin.
I'm a tad preoccupied just now, if you can't.
You there! What are you up to?
Follow me! Follow me!
I've more time than I know.
Follow me! Tis best you move. Pray, be cautious.
Tis our duty to see this peace protected.
I wish the minister would be more careful. He takes the sentinel posted outside his chambers with him everywhere. Times when no one's standing watch there at all.
Such quiet.
Hail, friend! You've come at a good time. I was just hoping to speak with you. Have you heard aught of the masquerades being held in the palace of late? 'Tis said they are in celebration of the sovereign's valorous deeds. However, in truth, my mother is merely holding them to strengthen her ties with her closest retainers. But therein lies our chance, for I suspect one among them might prove an ally to our cause, a man by the name of Patrick. Might I ask you to infiltrate one of these masquerades and give him this letter? I imagine that's the most prudent way to go about this. You have my thanks. I would handle this matter myself, but I am afraid I cannot attend the masquerades. Mother refuses to allow it. I will speak with a sentinel I trust and bid that he ease his patrol on the evening in question. Pray, make use of this opportunity to slip into the venue. Patrick will be wearing a mask without a mane, and a blue cape, I believe. Hopefully this information will be enough for you to seek him out. Come to think of it, there has been tell of some important figure from a neighboring country being invited as well. I've not been told much, but any guest of my mother's is bound to be the mark of much attention. Mayhap 'twould be best to stay away from this figure, lest you attract unwanted notice. You should be going now, friend. You're not meant to be here in the first place. You should be going now, friend. You're not meant to be here in the first place.
So tranquil.
You should be going now.
I must be vigilant. The townspeople depend on me.
Patrick been begging for your life. Praying I put gold in my pocket.
What business could be so pressing that I must be summoned at this late hour?
I would not presume to know, my lord. However, it must be a highly sensitive matter for the Regent Kin to request a private audience.
Or perhaps the boy has finally grown wise to the benefits my favor can bring. He might just be his mother's puppet, but at least he knows what's good for him.
My lord, if someone were to overhear...
Oh, unwring your hands, you fool! As if anyone in this palace would dare say a word against me. Now, if Wilhelmina calls, tell her to await me in my chambers. I will return presently.
surely none more important than this. I speak of the ascension of the Sovereign.
Indeed. But that, Your Grace, would be better discussed in the presence of your mother.
Well, well. Yours isn't a face I'm accustomed to seeing around the palace. How did you get in here?
Oi! Who goes there? Who's there?
Tut, tut. Now, this just won't do. How's a lady supposed to work with all these interruptions?
Oh, 'tis you, Lady Wilhelmina.
Mm-hmm. Do excuse us. We thought to enjoy a little fresh air. Though we had hoped for slightly more privacy, if you catch my meaning.
Apologies, milady. But might I ask the name of your companion?
Are you sure it would be wise? Such knowledge has been known to cost a man his head.
Understood, milady. If anyone asks, I shall say I saw naught.
A narrow escape. You should count yourself lucky that he was so easily flustered. I don't appreciate having my motives questioned. I did as I saw fit. Need I say more? Still, you are welcome to come calling, should the fancy take you, and should you have the gold for it. Off you go now. If you wish to speak further, 'twill have to wait. This is neither the time nor the place for it. Off you go now. Off you go now. If you wish to...
They're whispering at me now. Dread to think.
I do so enjoy these nights of gaiety.
Mindless labor. Is for mindless men. What is it? Is there aught you need? I'm not sure I follow.
So, tell me more of this ox cart.
As I hear it, it turned from the high road
Our
only to
first
vanish.
sovereign
It was
in
carrying
decades.
some few dozen pawns at the time as well.
Last, we will see the end of the age of
Strange
proxies.
tale indeed.
Smiles are the finest.
Perchance you've heard. The Sovereign, wounded in glorious combat with the dragon, is recovered at last. Indeed. 'Tis a weight off my heart to think that our fair Vermund shall once again be governed by a true ruler.
Is aught amiss? Good to see you.
Not afford another night of cavorting.
There's no
Here I
shame
might
in
reflect
living
on my
life
first
Now, we who are gathered here are naught but nameless nobles. 'Twould be uncouth to inquire after another's identity. Now, we who are gathered here...
Everyone who dances with me complains of sore feet. Yes? May I help you? 'Tis lovely to see you.
Who are you exactly? I don't believe I've had the pleasure. Fine day for it, isn't it?
Who's this now? Is there aught you need of me? How's the day treating you?
All this revelry in war's wake. 'Tisn't right.
Aye, did we have business? How's the day treating you?
Well met. Is there aught I can do for you? Good to see you.
You were posted in front of the passage yesterday, right? Next time, don't leave all in front of the door. I had a hell of a time wrenching the damn thing open. Beg your pardon?
Best to remain.
I'm frightfully busy. No time for idle chatter.
Have you heard? There's to be more restrictions on good...
Yes? Is there aught you would discuss?
How's the day treating you?
Oh, did we have an appointment?
'Tis lovely to see you.
I pray someone asks me to dance ere long.
I shan't let anything spoil my evening.
My list of duties grows here longer.
Talent's talent.
Do speak up if you've a request.
Now, we who are gathered here...
Is there aught you...
What is it? Is there aught you need?
I'm not sure I follow.
What is it? Is there aught you need? Ah, I see. Thank you for giving this to me. I shall pen my answer anon. Behind closed doors, naturally. Let us refrain from speaking further.
Surely someone will ask me to dance at. I quite understand.
All this revelry in war. The occasion demands we forego boorish inquiry.
Looks like we've both got some time on our hands.
I've things to do, if you don't mind.
I shan't let anything spoil my evening.
I fear I've naught useful to share.
I do not believe you have a right to be here, sir.
I do not believe you have a right to be here, sir.
It's good to be reunited.
My days were so tragic.
I'll feel a sight better once I've had my dinner.
You'd best mind yourself now.
I must burn.
Goods to train, arms to procure. No time to sleep.
Many thanks. Patrick has already sent his reply. 'Twould seem my mother's tyranny has been weighing heavily on his heart. He has pledged to continue our correspondence and aid me in putting an end to my mother's injustices. This would not have been possible without your assistance. I am afraid I cannot offer much in the way of recompense, but pray, take this. Much is said of the Arisen, though I confess I little understand it. I must do all...
Don't look to me to solve this.
Just yonder looks to be a good spot for harvesting ingredients. No. Harm in picking a few.
It seems you've made a discovery regarding the false sovereign.
This ladder looks sturdy enough to climb. We ought to put it to good use.
I can't stand this.
We ought to bring word of this to Captain Brandt. Welcome to the Star. We serve all manner of fine ales here. Come back anytime.
There is much we ought to tend to, if we are to strengthen your Majesty's claim as a true Arisen. I know this sigil well. 'Tis the crest of the neighboring country of Batal, a land with which Vermin has no official dealings at present. Let me see. It reads, "True to our word, we offer you the power of the Godsway. Pray make haste in securing Melv, that all might be made ready ere our plans are set in motion." A meager clue, to be certain. Though, 'tis clear that the Queen Regent conspires with Batal. This does not bode well at all. Though the political situation is stable at present, much blood has been spilled between Vermund and its neighbor in the past. I fear such a partnership would only portend the drawing of more. At any rate, 'twould seem our search has led us to only more questions. Chief among them, what is meant by securing Melv and this Godsway? I will investigate these matters as best I can. In the interim, Your Majesty, should you have time to spare, might you make for Melv? Only once we have gleaned a fragment of the Queen Regent's plot can we begin to thwart it. And ere it slips my mind, pray, take this. Perchance it will help speed you on your way to Melv.
Phases. Now there's a name to remember.
As a reward for Your Majesty's efforts, you have been invited to attend the coronation. 'Twould seem congratulations are in order. You will, of course, require raiment befitting of the occasion. I would ask that Your Majesty return once you've procured such attire. There is much we ought to tend to, if we are to... Or shall change once we have attended the coronation. If Your Majesty has any unfinished business to attend to, 'tis best you do so before we depart. Very well. Pray inform me when your preparations are complete. Is there aught else you would speak of, Your Majesty? Ah, masquerades being as they are, much is made of appearances. Is there aught else you would speak of, Your Majesty? I have been pursuing all of the channels. Would Your Majesty be willing to venture to Vermont? Is there aught else you would speak of, Your Majesty? Do not forget that we work...
A treasure chest. Shall we see if we can't make our way? Over to it.
Not to look forward to, but a long day of work.
I am honored to be called to your side, Arisen. Shall we get some rest then? Good morrow, everyone. Come, we've much to be getting on with. Feeling rested, I trust?
Need anything? I'll take the night watch.
Wolves draw near! We have no means of exploiting our enemy's weakness. Dare I say it? We trounced our foe well and true. We mustn't allow ourselves to become complacent. Take each trial as it comes.
If you don't mind, sir, I've my...
The indignity of it.
How dare! Was it well?
I did my best to match your skill, Master. Then I shall remain by your side.
You are expected to act with due decorum here.
Master, my heart knows no greater peace than when I am by your side.
You're wasting your time talking to me.
Good day, sir. Come to think of it, was there not another task we were to see to somewhere nearby? Efficiency is not the only factor worthy of consideration.
This place always puts me at ease.
Mustn't let it burn.
If that is your destination, we cannot follow. But know that you're...
Welcome, sir. As ever, we are delighted to have you. Pray, do enjoy your stay. Welcome, sir.
Mind your manners, lest you wear out your welcome. I'll be delighted to serve you.
Off to Mod I go.
Looking for some company, are we? The choice of companion is yours to make.
Aren't you sweet? I'd be glad to have... You're free to approach whome'er catches your eye.
Welcome.
Now, where was I headed?
Fine place to collect my... I get along with everyone. All's well, I trust.
Aren't you sweet? I'd be glad to have you.
Just be sure you mind your manners.
All I need's my health, I suppose.
Best make haste. Have someone want this.
Let's take it easy today. My knees are acting up.
In case you haven't noticed, so if there's no one about, you might have to come back later.
After a companion, are we? What if you see someone you like, go speak with them?
I ought to find someone to buy me a drink.
All this sets me to think of this place.
Where to now?
There's no shame in living.
Well now, you're...
What is it? Has something happened?
We have it on good authority that a suspicious individual passed through here.
We need to scour the area. Well, scour all the
In here.
Open up!
You're dressed rather austerely for a patron.
My humblest apologies, Lady Wilhelmina. We've had reports of an unseemly character in the vicinity, you see, and...
Preposterous. I was out front till but a moment ago, and I did not see so much as a shadow.
Be that as it may.
You are excused. Leave this place, ere you invite our noble host's wrath upon yourself. I will summon you if aught is amiss.
Pray forgive the intrusion.
And what business have you here? In the nobles' playground? Hmm? You've the face of someone in search of a juicy morsel. Would you be looking for this, perchance?
Come on, then. Keep pouring. Do you take me for some green lad who can't handle his cups? I'm your damned king, and a king deserves royal treatment.
Of course, Your Majesty. Tell us, Your Majesty, would you prefer more drink, or shall we find some other way to amuse ourselves?
Aye. Let's change things up.
I believe I cautioned you to keep your drunken revelry in check. Lest you forget, these celebrations of your valor are but a pretense for more serious matters.
I know. I do. It's just I get the poison in me and things happen is all.
You need only serve as our false king until Sven becomes consul. Till then, however, you would do well to remember that your role demands a certain degree of dignity. I trust you understand your position, Your Majesty.
Nay, as you say, I'll go and sober up.
Why not remove yours as well? This is not the masquerade hall, and we now find ourselves quite alone. What say we dispense with such pretenses and speak openly with one another, Lord Phasus?
That will do. If you're discovered, yours won't be the only head that rolls. What is your purpose here, I wonder? If you came to learn of the Sovereign, then 'tis as you have seen. The man is naught, a ale-swilling pretender propped up by the Queen Regent. Of course, that begs the question. If he's a mere mummer, then where might our true Arisen be? You'd best go. I'll do what I can to help you make your escape. Come see me in my bordlery, whene'er you're so inclined. I'll instruct my attendants to send you straight to me. Come see me in my bordlery, whene'er you're so inclined. I'll instruct my attendants to send... Come see me in my... I'll instruct my attendants... Come see me in my board... I'll instruct my attendants to send you...
Let me think on this a moment.
This won't do. The latest tidings from Melv came as quite a shock. It's been decades since the dragon last appeared. It was a tragedy to those who suffered the beast's attack. But I cannot deny it gave me a sense of hope.
Come see me in my bordlery. I'll instruct my attendants to send you straight to...
I get along with it.
Could have sworn I ought to attend to.
I ought to find someone to buy me a drink.
This place always puts me at ease.
I've hit enough gold to spend as tears. Even I know when to shut my trap.
A place to soothe the spirit.
Happiness full
I have been waiting for you, Ryzen.
Chance to kick my feet up is as welcome as fine ale.
Always the same.
Mayhap this ladder is here for a reason. Ah, excellent find.
Pretty kind bread on the table.
Feels eerie with no one about.
Such a place.
Where's my comb?
Oh, it's not right. It doesn't make any sort of sense. The doctor examined him afore and said he'd be better with a bit of medicine. Yet e'er since he came here, he's only gotten worse.
I understand how you must feel. But you must see that your son's health continues to wane. There is no medicine that can heal him outright. He requires proper treatment. I am caring for him as best I can. I beg only for your patience. However, if you truly cannot entrust him to me, perhaps you would care to take him home with you instead. Mayhap convalescing in a place familiar to him would aid his recovery. Of course, I would be sure to visit him as oft as I am able.
Home, you say?
Dear, we are pressed enough as 'tis.
All right, he stays. But pray, bring my son back to health.
I will look after him. I swear it.
Hoi! How do you do?
Ah. That woman's taking advantage of us, she is. She knows full well we've nowhere else to turn.
Will he truly be all right?
Oh, Gregor.
Sir, ought you not be in... Ah, forgive me. You're not a patient, are you? 'Tis a pleasure to make your acquaintance. My name is Eleanor. I have the privilege of serving as abbess here. I regret that I cannot offer you a cup of tea, but I'm in the middle of making my rounds of the patients. Not to mention, I have to find the means to procure more medicinal ingredients. Oh. You wouldn't happen to know someone willing to brave the roads, would you? I know 'tis perilous, but there is one ingredient in particular we cannot afford to run out of. You would procure it yourself? I am grateful beyond words, sir. In that case, might I trouble you to bring me some miasmite? The slums are a bane to the body's humors, and its residents are oft prone to illness. We do what we can with what little we have, but we're always short on helping hands. Your aid is most appreciated, sir. May your search prove fruitful.
Tell is?
Yes, sir. Ah, forgive me. If that's not the case, you will have to excuse me. There's much to be done. Yes, sir. Ah, forgive me. If that's not the case, you are...
This is generally used as a material.
I'm sure we'll find a purpose for it in due time.
Ne'er in my wildest dreams could I have imagined it would be the magistrate you called here. Not that I'm complaining. Pray, be let... Sir, pray see to it that naught akin to the recent...
I know. It's a secret, right?
It's overly narrow here, and ill-suited to combat. Let us proceed with caution. Eyes peeled, ears pricked. This might be worth a read. Let's have a look, then.
With the aid of Sir Kendrick and his helper in locating certain documents, I believe I finally grasp the true nature of this place. 'Twas a royal library that was sealed off by a sovereign of some generations past. In a bid to pass the throne on to his own descendants, this sovereign attempted to consign our kingdom's histories to oblivion. Alas, 'twould seem that, no matter the age, the avarice of those in power is all but guaranteed. Yet 'tis clear it serves them not, almost laughably so. The sovereign's line ultimately fell to ruin, and now this library, so laboriously sealed, has been discovered. What can we learn from this? Those who make light of history are doomed to be crushed under its heel. Fine timing, sir. Fine timing indeed. I've need of your services, you see. My time in that tenebrous jail has only hastened the deterioration of my eyesight. I stare at the page, but the letters stubbornly refuse to take shape. Alas, they were confiscated at the time of my imprisonment. As I recall, prisoners' possessions are held within the palace storeroom. 'Tis a place to which few have lawful access, as I'm sure you can imagine. Though, as I hear it, masquerades are being held of late. Masquerades with a great many attendees, if you can. Should you happen to enter the venue, mayhap you would find an opportunity to liberate my poor spectacles? What say you? Would you consider doing an old man a favor? I am in your debt. With those spectacles in hand, I might actually get through one of my tomes. Pray, infiltrate the venue and find the storeroom. You are my only hope. My spectacles are in your hands. At least I pray they will be anon. Without them, the revenant of boredom is like as not to come for me.
Very well. I shall return.
Good day, sir. What do you think? Does this suit me?
Yes, sir. Have you procured what I asked? Splendid. You've my gratitude. Unfortunately, I can give you little more than that. Forgive me, but I must return to my rounds directly. Ah, but in place of a reward, mayhap I could give you a tour of the premises. Only if you've the time and inclination, of course. What say you? Would you care to accompany me? As servants of the gracious hand, we provide whate'er treatment we can to those unfortunate who are stricken by maladies. Yet, at times, 'tis not enough. Perhaps you will recall the parents who were here when you first arrived. An unfortunate pair. They've suffered no few hardships in the slums, and now even their poor son Lubomir has fallen ill. By chance, he was examined by a roaming man claiming to be a doctor. Yet, the family had not the money for the medicine he required. So, he was put into our care.
I am honored to be called to your side, Arisen.
Here he is. This young man is Lubomir. We've been administering the medicine recommended by the doctor who examined him, but he has yet to show any sign of recovery. To be perfectly honest, I doubt the soundness of that so-called doctor's judgment. After all, there is no shortage of ne'er-do-wells out there, willing to claim their medicine the only cure, that they might inflate its price. But I suppose I ought not say such things so openly. At any rate, I'd best continue on my rounds. Pray, stay as long as you wish. Come, come. We've medicine to prepare. We've enough to make a fresh batch now, thanks to a kind donation.
Psst! You there! Help me! Listen, the sisters here are good to us, but I'm growing weaker day by day. It started with a slight fever, and now I can scarce lift myself up. See that empty bed? An old man was lying in it till just a few days past. He told me he was feeling better, that he'd be well enough to leave anon. And now he's... Mayhap I'm just imagining things. I hope that's the case. And yet... something isn't right about this place. Pray, should you hear any queer rumors about the Gracious Hand, come tell me of them, won't you? I'd see to it myself, but I can hardly move.
A moment's prayer can do a world of good.
A moment's prayer can do a world of good.
At once, Master.
Each of our patients deserves our full attention. Would that we had more hands to aid us. Each of our patients deserves our full attention.
Someone help me. Jahan? Bruno, where have you gone?
Someone help me!
Medicine? Medicine! 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 Now! 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 I need it. I need it. I need more medicine!
A moment's prayer can do a world of good.
Might you be a friend of Lubomir's? He's seen better days, hasn't he? There has been talk of sending him down to the basement, should his condition fail to improve. That is, the basement sick room, where our most critical patients convalesce under the Abbess's care. None of the other sisters are permitted entry, including myself. Teles, she gives the patients a special medicine. I know not what kind. At times I hear strange cries and moans drift up from below. Which is to be expected. Those who come here suffer all manner of afflictions, you see. And yet, a part of me is afeard for them. I do hope naught befalls Lubomir. I should like to see him walk out of here in good health. I do hope naught befalls Lubomir. I should...
Follow me, if you would.
Ne'er in my wild... Sir Arisen, I pray see to it that...
In the end, I suppose 'twas no less.
Oh, Gregor.
I do hope naught befalls...
Off to market I go.
I fear I've much to attend to.
So, the worst of us are taken to the basement. Mayhap that's the source of the queer voices I hear at night. And none save the Abbess can enter? If the gracious hand has a secret, 'tis the Abbess who keeps it, I reckon. You've done this much for me. Would you be willing to go further? I must find out what goes on down there. You've my thanks. I just can't stomach the thought of lying here not knowing. Of course, all the better should your search come to naught. But if you do find aught amiss down in that basement, it must be the Abbess's doing. Should you find evidence fit to implicate her, will you help me see to it that justice is carried out? See, I've already reported my suspicions to the Sentinels, and we've arranged a signal. If you apprehend the Abbess, they'll know to come and arrest her. So I beg you, sir, find the evidence you need, if it exists to be found.
To get to the bottom...
I have noticed that the Abbess goes out every night without fail. Perhaps you could wait for her to leave and slip into the basement sick room then.
We're here, Master. How might we enter the basement sick room? Splendid.
Life can be tiring even if you've no troubles.
chance to put my feet up is as welcome as fine ale.
A long
So
day of work.
tired, I've barely the vim to tie my boots.
By your leave, Arisen. We must rest, though the sun is still up.
To tie my boots. Everyone's as tired as I am, seems like.
Here always calms me down.
There is much we ought to tend to, if we are to strengthen your Majesty's claim as a true Arisen. Well, well. He is merely Disa's puppet then. 'Tis likely that he knows naught of her schemes. Even were he to be removed, I suspect some other would simply be made to take his place. But if there's aught that compels my attention, 'tis this other man you mention. Phases, was it? He seems a man of import, and yet I have never heard of him. Pray, allow me to investigate this matter further. You've done well, Your Majesty.
Queen Regent Disa appears to be working in concert with this Phases fellow. But what precisely is their aim? I know not what to make of this.
There is much we ought to tend to, if we are to strengthen Your Majesty's claim as a true Arisen. Aught shall change once we have attended the coronation. If Your Majesty has any unfinished business to attend to, 'tis best you do so before we depart. Your Majesty, that attire, I apologize for my brusqueness. Is there aught else you would speak of? Your Majesty, do not forget that we will... There is much we ought to tend to, if we are to strengthen your... Aught shall change, if Your Majesty has any unfinished... Very well. The coronation is to take place on the morrow. We shall depart early in the morn, so Your Majesty would do well to get a good night's rest.
Master, pray leave this place. My body, it refuses to obey me. There is a voice within my mind. It commands me, sways my very will.
Sways your will? Could it be that the gods sway? We must quit this place, Your Majesty. I fear our plans may fall to naught. Let us return to the tavern. We've been had. The false sovereign commanded the pawns at the coronation, proving his own power as arisen. According to Regent King Sven, the pretender was wearing some sort of lavish necklace at the time. I imagine this artifact is the Godsway mentioned in that letter. Perchance 'tis a tool that grants power akin to that of the true arisen. 'Twould do much to explain the events that we have beheld afore now. Alas, unless we find some way to unmake this Godsway's power, proving your Majesty's legitimacy shall be difficult indeed. Allow me to speak to the agent we captured some days past. Perchance he knows aught of use. There is much we ought to tend to, if we are to strengthen your Majesty's prey. Allow me time to search for a way forward. I shall inform your Majesty when I have prepared a plan of action. Is there aught else you would speak of, your Majesty? I have been pursuing all of the channels available to me, but I am afraid I have yet to uncover any new information pertaining to the false sovereign. Would your Majesty be willing to venture to Vermont's eastern edge to probe into the young man's origins? Is there aught else you would speak of, your Majesty? Do not forget that we work to serve the citizen.
Then I shall remain by your side.
I'm dead on my feet after today's training.
We shall remain here.
Seem I drank such drink that I am drunk.
I'm in it now. He said it's getting cold.
Nothing more pathetic than begging for your life.
Let such peace reign eternal. Our soldiers need better training. They wish they were in my boots. If they only knew.
You are not permitted to be here.
I'm afraid I must be going now.
Well now, is that the Arisen I espy? Who am I? I assure you, it matters not. Yet I should be e'er so glad if you would do me the honor of accepting this staff. Why, had you not heard? Today is a day of gift-giving, my good sir. Upon this occasion, every year, the noble personages who attend this masquerade exchange gifts to deepen their bonds. Thus do I present you now with this staff. Pray, take it. 'Tis now I must away. As it so happens, I'm in a bit of a hurry. May fortunes...
I must confess, I do not think I could endure this sort of occasion if the drink did not flow so freely. You understand me, don't you? Go on, take it.
You're certainly dressed to impress. Simply ravishing. This is for you.
Someone will ask me to dance along.
Well met. Quite the party, eh? Take this if you would.
Well, I say. What curious attire you're wearing. This is for you.
Lords, we have reason to believe that a thief is lurking in the masquerade hall. Though I am loath to do so, I must ask that everyone wait here. Know also that I shall be stationing sentinels around the venue. We will strive to bring an end to this matter post-haste.
This calls for deeper consideration. I cannot divine the cause as yet.
We have confirmed that an item has been stolen from the masquerade hall. Namely, an artifact known as the Paragon Staff. As such, I must ask that you allow us to examine your possessions before exiting the venue. The search will be conducted in the main hall. Pray make your way there now. And should you have some suspicion as to the culprit in this sordid affair, you've our permission to subdue them. We humbly ask for your cooperation in the arrest of this slippery thief. Pray wait quietly. We shall endeavor to resolve.
You're a suspicious sort. Might you...
A conundrum, to be certain.
How odd.
I haven't the foggiest, if I'm honest.
This one's a head scratch.
I haven't the foggiest, if I'm honest.
You there! Quit stalling and move to the main hall. This is not the way to the main hall.
I cannot divine the cause as yet.
Thank you, lords and ladies. Your cooperation is appreciated. Pray, allow us to check your belongings one at a time. Tisn't in your possession, I see. Forgive the intrusion, sir. You are now free to leave the hall.
Many thanks for your cooperation. You've been cleared of all suspicion. You're free to go. Many thanks for your cooperation.
I regret to inform you that there is no masquerade scheduled for today.
For it, but to cut my teeth in a real battle is awful dull. Can't complain, right?
Mindless labor is for mindless men.
My sword arm could use I only pray my watch finishes without incident.
A fine place to sit and no one's thoughts.
Always sets me to thinking of this place. You'd best mind yourself now.
Tis good to be reunited.
Won't someone do aught about this?
There's a ladder here.
Ah, excellent find.
This is for you. What do you think? You came to see me?
A crime committed here will see one
I have noticed that the abbot...
Sir Arisen, I trust that you pray see to it that no...
Ah, you've returned. Oh, my spectacles. Well done, sir.
With these, I shall have no need to fear any letters, be they small or faintly scrawled. I shall learn aught I can, but the day might come when I can repay this debt I owe you. Many, many thanks.
I suppose can be no harm in bringing this up.
Take this as a token of my gratitude.
Outstanding.
If I were you, I would tread lightly around the Queen Regent. Back again, eh? What is it this time? If I were you, I would tread lightly around the Queen. "'Tis a marvelous place. You've a decent head on those. If I were you.
Very well. I shall return.
Battle is best avoided here.
Danger might lurk anywhere. Wear every shadow. And mind the ceiling.
Naught can threaten us if we watch each other's backs.
What should I get up to today? Oh, I don't need this right now.
A good sleep will ensure we are prepared for the morrow. All I've learned, I shall turn to your service, Arisen. The sun may have fallen, but the day is far from over. Shall we check our packs and be off?
A new day, a new perspective.
There is much we ought to tend to, if we are to strengthen your Majesty's claim as a true Arisen. If the information we pried from the agent is to be believed, there is a place in Batal devoted to the study of arts most queer. I believe it is worthy of investigation. Should fortune smile upon us, your Majesty may even discover some method of undoing the Godsway's hold over the pawns. Yet official dealings twixt Vermund and Batal are suspended, and 'tis no simple matter to gain passage through the latter's fortress. Fortunately for us, however, the agent was hiding this on his person. I bid you take it. 'Tis an entry permit, allowing passage through Batal's fortress. It even bears the crest of the Batali Palace. It must have been commissioned by someone with great influence. I doubt any would dare impede your passage with such an item in your possession. There is one other thing, Your Majesty. With the permit came information I found most intriguing. An oracle who once served in the Vermondian court now resides in Batal. This oracle foretold the coming of the Arisen and was banished from the kingdom when her prophecy displeased the Queen Regent. Indeed, 'twas by this same oracle's power that the agent in question came to know of your Majesty's whereabouts. The oracle knows much of the Arisen. Should you make her acquaintance, she may be able to offer you aid during your infiltration. You have my fullest confidence. The way to Batal should be open to you if you make use of that entry permit. When you arrive, you would do well to seek out the oracle. Her aid could be invaluable in the days to come. Is there aught else you would speak of, Your Majesty? Do not forget that we work to service. You have my fullest confidence. Do not forget that we will.
You the Arisen? I've been looking for you. Sven wants to meet with you. Says he'll be waiting in his quarters. You the Arisen? Sven wants to meet with you. Says he'll be waiting in his quarters.
How might we enter the basement sick room?
Well said.
Hoi! How do you do? It's my duty to devote my
I need...
Mayhap 'twould serve us well to track down the former patients mentioned in these records of treatment.
You have my support.
You're back! Pray, tell me, have you found anything? I have noticed that the abbess goes out.
Yon path leads not to our destination. If you would prefer to explore, I shall guide you another time. 'Tis not for us to gainsay the Arisen's judgment. We must go where we are bid. Materials, eh? I shan't deny. They have their uses.
Lady Eleanor's a goodly person, a saint-like. Her earnest care saw me back to full health. I wavered between life and death for quite some time in that basement sick room, and she watched o'er me through it all, bless her. Can't say as I miss that basement, mind. 'Tis an eerie place, dark and shadowy, filled with the moaning of the sick. Suppose 'tis only to be expected, given the state of those assembled. I'm sure I was moaning too. Aye, that Lady Eleanor is a goodly
Elena? Ah, yes. The abbess of the gracious hand. A fine woman by all accounts. I was in her care once myself. But I must admit, I've always felt there's something off about her. You see, I was only a little under the weather when I entered her care. But then I started getting sicker and sicker till I was certain death would come for me. In the end, I survived, but methinks I was one of the lucky few. So, and once, I saw her, the abbess, meeting with a strange man. She handed him a large parcel, all wrapped up, and he gave her something small in return. You'd think 'twere medicine, but I'd not have bought medicine from a man like that. He had the look of a scoundrel about him. They were whispering, but I did hear one of them say aught about keeping quiet. 'Tis well suspicious, eh? Where'd they meet? 'Twas in the square in the eastern part of the common quarter, and always a night, as I recall. As I recall, the abbess met with that strange man a night, in the square that lies in the eastern part of the common quarter. The two shared a few whispered words, and I heard them say aught about staying quiet. 'Tis well suspicious, eh? As I recall, the two shared a few whispered words. As I recall, the two shared a few whispered.
Aye, that Lady Eleanor is a goodly...
Interested in my wares?
I've a book I ought to be getting back to.
Reckon you skulls
Something fun to do.
Why would Lady Elena meet with such a suspicious personage? Mayhap we ought to ascertain the truth with our own eyes. Then follow me. I'll lead the way. The guide is most welcome. Now we shan't lose our way.
Finally, some peace and quiet.
Here.
Aye, this is plenty. Lord Phasus is like to be in your debt. Nicely done. Suppose it can't have been easy to procure this much so quickly.
You suppose wrong. I command their full faith. 'Tis simple for me to extract what I require.
Ha! You're a fearsome one. Here's hoping I ne'er end up in your care.
Enough. I gave you yours, now you give me mine. I'd not be seen here with you.
Ah, of course. Wouldn't want to hurt the Lady Saint's image in the eyes of the common folk, would we? Here's your special medicine.
Glad we understand each other. Till next time.
Aye, be seeing you.
What in the world could they have been plotting? I'm not sure what we're dealing with here.
Chaos in the world begins with chaos of the mind.
I fear I've much to attend to. Chaos in the world begins with chaos of the mind.
I will see to it that the law is upheld.
This ladder looks sturdy enough to climb.
We ought to put it to good use.
Naught to look forward to, but a long way
Tis my duty to devote my life to prayer and virtue.